The monkey. All right. So today we will try to wrap things up. We have this big issue here, which will probably cost me a lot of nerves, but maybe we can do it in one day. And then we have to look into this question mark. And hopefully then we can continue with these things. Let's see. Character was floating. So our problem here right now is we have a character, but as you can see, he is floating. That's not good. And the issue causing this is with our capsule, I assume. The problem is we have this issue on many things. Since this thing is rather new, I mean rather new as in 1 year ago, it changed the way characters are placed. So let's make this visible and see if that's really the issue. Visible. And maybe not. Maybe that is not the issue. Capsule seems to be rather aligned pretty well. So where is the floor collision then? That's not the issue. Where is the floor collision? Can I even see that? Could make it visible, but maybe it is just a collision. You have to see start area. Yes, whatever. Spawn. Oh, where is the floor collider? Here. This thing. Make this visible. Well, it is aligned with the floor. Huh. Well, that's odd, isn't it? Okay, so this thing is aligned with the floor. It might... Hello, Gargon! Won't call me smooth. I'm very wobbly. But that's not an issue. Since this is just a Z fighting thing with the background. Which gets hidden when we're on the islands. How are you doing, man? Okay, where is the floor collision? I was never pixelated, what do you mean? I'm pixelated in 3D. Look, I can get angry. See? How dare you? I'm fine. Wait, do the... No, I'm actually adding a hexagon floor for these. So these are actors. That's... Maybe it's in the actor itself? Here, yes. There, floor collider. This one doesn't matter. Let's take the one at the start. This one. Floor collider. Could make this visible for now. Let's see. Rendering. I overshoot again. Here. Visible. So it is fighting here. So it is again aligned. So I'm not sure what's happening, but I think the Unreal internal movement logic is just putting the character higher. Oh, hello, Otter. Hello, hello. Nice seeing you here. How does it go? I'm not sure. I'm looking at a bug and I'm not sure. And this thing is rather strange. I need to come up with a solution. But how are you? Thanks for stopping by. Yeah. And very, very strange bugs too. Like, I'm really not sure what causes this character to float right now. There. Even here. I'm not sure if I get dopamine. I rather don't have bugs. Oh god. Oh yeah, it's everywhere. Even my little monsters here. So that guy is now on the floor. Even this guy is floating. I could just put an offset to the character model. I can show you my game if you want. It's basically a monster collecting turn-based RPG where you walk on these islands and then you... Okay, this guy just decided to float away again. Then you fight with your Oplings against some other Oplings. And basically there are 6 different elements with different specialties. Like red fire is offensive magic. The opponent is a magic user, so we could go to crystal to go to a element that is specialized in defense magic. So we get a little shield here, and then the enemy cannot go through. So in the next round I can just switch back to my fire Orplings, which are right now overpowered, and then just kill it. But everything is on development stage. I have not enough assets. I'm trying to make a framework, so everything looks very dummy right now. Yes, turn-based. And the idea is that your monsters can have different abilities. You can teach this guy fire, earth, and whatever magic, and depending on what side you turn it, it will use that magic, and then you can do some synergies with your Orplings. So the idea is to make your perfect formation. You evolve them, you give them new attacks, and I hope it's fun to just experiment with some formations. And then there are always 2 sides. This is the light side. You can jump to the other side. There's the dark side. And there are these caves where you have to go inside, find some items, and there's also a key to the exit. Thank you. There's an exit here. Normally you would need to fight with these guys to collect some energy, which you can then exchange on this flower here to get a key. And then depending on how much energy you put in, this thing opens once permanently, or you can skip the level. And then you can go to the next island, you unlock the new visuals, and then the idea is to get to the top. And right now this 5 islands will be the training area. I'm trying to make a little, how to say, vertical slice maybe? Is it a vertical slice? Maybe not. Maybe it's a horizontal slice. But yeah, that's my goal right now, to wrap things up, to make something a little playable, and then go from there. Yes, okay, slice. And yeah, and then you can just go to your starting area, and then there are shops and whatever, and then you can manage your little formation. But right now, we need to find a solution to this little bug. Thank you. If you know the game called Jade Cocoon 2, it's heavily inspired by that. It's one of my favorites. It was a game on the PlayStation 2. Oh, my tea is ready. Where do I even begin to look at this? Because we have like a abstract of that class. This is our player. No, it doesn't actually inherit from it. Interesting. So I need to look into my ARPLings and my player. Oh, Grandia 2. I will get some inspirations from that game too. Especially from the bosses. But that's in the second act of my game. You remember Jade Cocoon 2? That makes me happy. There are not a lot of people who know that game. I spent way too much time with that game, I think. Yes! It's from Genki! Correct. So you really know them. Did you play it? How do I switch to this tab? There we go. Phew. Ah, the first one is very, very different to the second one. They have like the merging mechanic in the first one where two meshes actually merge. In the second one they sadly ditched it, but it's fine, I think, because it has probably too much details to merge, but I'm not sure. I love a lot of games. I'm not sure if I'm too deep into JRPGs. If you asked me some JRPGs, like the more not known ones, I probably don't know them. I guess the most popular JRPG would be Final Fantasy X that I played. And what else did I play? Can you count Disgaea as JRPG? It's more like a tactical game, no? Okay, so we have the mesh character here, but I think we are not using this. There must be some other anchor I'm putting the character on. I wonder where I do this. Let me see. I think I'm parenting the character actor somewhere. Attach here, player. You're just attaching this plainly on it. Maybe if I just used another component, a scene actor, I could attach it to that instead. Yes. And it's one of the more ridiculous ones too. You can break the game, but the game is that ridiculous that you need to break the game to actually win it. So very, very unique in that way. Can I attach this to a component? We can. So if let's test something. If I add a scene component, what do we call this? Visual actor slot. And the parent is this. Map to target. I think if we use this, can now go to this view and then put this a little more down. 0.1 minus, maybe 1 minus. Okay. This could be it. Could be also -2 or something. But let's see if this actually changes something. I don't know. Ooh, I don't know. Doesn't seem to have changed much. Let's add some very big number in there. Oh, it needs to be here. -10. Now we should see some difference. Okay. This is bad. So the easy way didn't work. I guess I have to deep dive and find out what my actor actually is doing. This not work. This is the visual entity, that's correct. Initialize. Oh, we are adding. There is a relative position already. Oh, look at that. We don't need this thing. We could just add some kind of offset in here. Dead. Okay, so if I say plus -5 and then go into the game. Oh! That was the perfect number, maybe. We need to be a little higher. But this seems to be the solution. So it is pretty easy to do then. Because I can also do this code for all the other visual actors. Let's see, if this is -2 instead. Are we still floating? No. Yes. So 3 is probably the magical number here. Sadly, I cannot get the perfect number since the half capsule is a rather relative number. We saw that it just offsets it wrongly anyway, so we have to play around with this thing. And this seems to be perfect now. That little difference, we don't care, I think. But pick. Let's see. So now, same thing for warplings. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, wait. We were in the correct place. Warplings. This one. Initialize. On actor. Patch. Here it is. And now we could also make it so that the visual actors actually have the value that we insert for the offset. Because the snake has a different offset than the tomati. I could go and add this value here. Initialize, so this thing has its abstract. Now we could add the offset here, but would that be the correct place? Now where are my visuals? There. The basis. Does this thing have the values? Jump curve. Well, we definitely have a jump curve here. So do I adjust it here? I guess I do. Alright, so visual actor floor offset. And per default this is 0. And open for the public. We could go for the offset here. Oh, this one doesn't have it, right? I should have went even one more. This is the wrong place for it. Copy this real quick. Save. Should be here. Then we can use it for the player too. So when we are at the player here, we can get offset. Oh, hello, Broly. How are you? Then set it here, and now I just need the character and say -3 in there. So where is my character again? Here. Then are the defaults. Here are the defaults. -3. Good. And then tomati. This is tomati. This is tomati. Here. Is it also -3? I wonder. Okay. Let's test. Thank you. Yeah, I think this is now day 3 of this new avatar. Alrighty, so now let's see if we can catch Tomati while at the floor. Come on, land. Perfect. Oh, that was too fast. It seems to be still floating. That was not enough. Or am I just stupid and I didn't even add the code in there? Find more at 6. Or how do you say? Find out more at 6? Oh well. I'm sure I just didn't put in the code. This is our player. This is the or playing on. Yeah, it should be here. Set. At plus. Boom. Boom. But now our little tomato should be grounded. How have you been, Broly? Didn't see you for a while. Like this? Wait. I don't need to look at my player. Fine. And this already looks correct. Yeah, nice. Now we also need to check the snack though. Up. I think the snack could maybe use 1 -1, but I think it is good. Let's check the other orb links in the other levels. See if they are also floating or not. This was the first level. Let's go to the second. Oh, that's Tomati. I should go to the last level actually. Oh, that's pooped. What is your job? Or are you full-time dev? Ah, like me. But I'm a programmer instead. I'm also in advertisement. It's a hellscape. Okay. So yeah, his animation is pretty stupid, but I think this guy could be lower. What is this animation, man? So stupid. So bad. But yeah, this guy needs an offset. Yeah, same thing here. Although I don't hate it, but it's also not, how to say, fulfilling. Just a job currently. When I started it was fulfilling. Now it seems like to be a husk of its past glory. I see. Well, I'm bored because my main application, like why I was hired, was to program in Unreal, and now I don't do that anymore. So it's very stupid. Is this guy grounded? I feel like this guy doesn't need an offset because it's hard to tell anyway. And the fishy also doesn't need because he's floating around. So we just need a little adjustment on the R keys and an even smaller one for the snack. The snack will get -1. And the Orky, where Orky Lightning will get -3. And then we should be fine with the offsets, I believe. And I guess I can hide the collision boxes again everywhere. Although, why don't I see the collision floor for the first level? Didn't I have this here? Where is it? Where did it go? Oh! Wrong button, great. Ugh. Is your company also going full AI? I see. Oh well. I think this is better now. I mean, the main problem is also my meshes are pretty bad. But For the future, now I have a little adjustment tool. The only problem is that right now I can only see it in action and not in the editor. So maybe if I need to do this a lot, I need a tool or something. But for now, it's fine. I see. I just got an all hands where a person made an AI video of himself for a farewell. My god. Oh, I forgot this guy. He's also floating. The one is fine. Where? Was it here? Was it there? It was here. Oh, now he is in the ground though. Maybe he doesn't need an adjustment. Say -1 then. And the shroom. Okay. Nor I want harm in market it effect. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Harm the market? Ah, yes. Well, I agree. Problem is, it is already affected. We are already in a divide between people that push AI and the people who are against AI. I just need to see. I yet have to see a AI created thing that is actually good, because till now I have not seen one instance where AI is actually blowing my mind. It's always like the same pattern and with the same errors everywhere. There are, of course, also ethnical or moral problems, I guess, but that's besides the point. Because companies don't look at that. Companies look at the money, and I think they will soon realize that whatever they do, they will not get it into the quality they want as cheap as they want. And then the bubble will probably burst. We will see if it will burst or not. This is my opinion on this matter. Ah, damn. Did you ask him? That's so sad, man. It's... Well, if he's your online friend, I'm sure he can still work with you. Just have to ask. I'm sure he would work with you, even if he's not in the market anymore. But privately, that's different. You have the in card for his skills. I'm not sure about this guy. He seems to be inside. Like if he jumps, that's fine, but when he lands, seems like there's a little bit inside the floor. And I think that's fine. That's like almost nothing. Well, let's keep that. And we just need to see our Orky. And then we are done with this one, actually. Oh, there's an Orky over there. Right here. Seems to be grounded now. Just the animation is stupid. Maybe he's not grounded. I can't tell. It's so hard with these little stubs. He's not grounded. Do I care? I probably don't care. His little legs are stupid anyway. Look at this. So maybe I do -2 here and forget about him. Just -2 and then let's say it's done. Dude, all my Orplings are rather sus. They are very, very badly made with my limited skills from 1 year or... When did I create these? There are dates. Can I see this? Audit. Browse to assets. Show in folder. No, show in Explorer. Well, sadly it does not show it there. Ah, 2023 is the Shroomy animation blueprint. So it is December of 2023. Oh my god, Shroomi's birthday is in 3 days, guys! Guys, Shroomi's birthday is in 3 days! What? Tomati's birthday? I can't tell anymore because it is already edited for 2025. She has also 12/12. Rumi, we already know. I guess Tomati's birthday is also 12/12 or 11/12. Orky, 12/12. Neck, 12/12. And Slimy, 12/12. I think I created them a little earlier, but the last time I touched their animation was at 12/12. No, I didn't. No, Broly, even if you didn't mean, they are really bad. Like, if you look at my snack, how he moves, let me show you. They are really bad. Like, I cannot keep them. It's really bad. Do you see this? How it morphs the whole mesh into a little thing? Like, I need some joints for these. Like, I need to get more geometry in there so it doesn't morph this badly. Or if this moves in front. Right? Let me see if I can see if we can have the walk animation. Jump, land, leap. Here, this is the running one. This is so bad. And this was made when I didn't even know that you can rig things. This is without a rig. Could be. I would do it in Blender anyway, if I do it. But yeah, at that time I didn't even know that you can rig things. So this is very bad. They need to be exchanged. The whole model needs to be exchanged. It's like, this is a joke. Look at this. It's so bad. A Blender, of course. I used all the vertices, like how to say, I attached them to bones and then I animated one bone after the other. Relatively to each other. My character to get constraints? Yes. I didn't have a character for a long time. I had this. Let me show. If I still have it, that is. I have my old player. See. Player. Maybe I don't have the mesh anymore. Where's the mesh of this guy? Characters, abstract. Here. This was my first player character. Look at him. I just needed something. Isn't it great? Look at this. The arms even move differently. So bad. Look at the cake. There is no cake. Still animation is like he's in a club. Yeah, awkwardly in a corner. Like an introvert that hates clubs. He's in a corner, just trying to blend in so no one speaks to him. That's him. Look at the guy. What is this? Yes! And he's like, okay. And he's doing this all the time. But yeah. So I know a little bit more about animation now, but it's still not enough to make something great. I mean, my main character still doesn't have good animation anyway. Look at this. It's better than the dummy, but this is still not the quality I would go. Okay, great. The mesh, like the head is so bad. I commissioned 2 artists to make me a main character for a long time now. One long time, the other one are rather recent. I wonder how their renditions of my character will be. And I will use that to exchange this one. And then probably botch it by animating it. But yeah, the run animation is better. But I'm not sure, it still feels robot-y. But maybe this is the look I want to go, since I'm going for that old PlayStation digital look. So maybe the animation is actually fine, but it could be also a good animation to give it a contrast, to give it life. I need to find a art style I want to stick with. I'm not sure, I think they will not. They will give me a rig instead. Thank you. I'm not sure why I did this. Probably to show shock. I think I did this animation to test if the bones or the fizz bones. What was it? Like there are like physical colliders in there for the hair. If they are getting overwritten by the animation. Because they need to be overwritten or else we don't have an animation. And they were, so that test was successful. But yeah, this is much better than my first character. So maybe my Orblings would also improve if I made them now. But I don't know. Because I don't know how to make joints. The thing is, I also want to go for these object, like separated limbs. But depending on how the artists do my character, I feel like they are not doing that. But we will see. One of them is not doing it. And if I like it, I might go to that art style. But we will see. Everything is still in the clouds. But yeah, I think... When did I commission that one artist? Let me see actually. It has been a while. It was beginning of October when I commissioned them. But they gave me a little status report when I asked them for the for the 3D mesh. I can show actually. See. Paint. Image. So the quality of the mesh is pretty good. But they are working rather slowly. They had some problems, I think, in real life and so on, but that's the speeds. I'm not sure if I can work with them in the future, since I need a lot of assets and I cannot wait 3 months for one asset. So even if the quality is great, it needs textures and so on, and I'm sure they will hit the ball out of the park. Why is that in quotation? Is it not nice? Is it really that higher poly? It doesn't need to be exactly my poly count. It just needs to be low res. Okay, I see. But yeah, the artist is, let me see. You can check him out. Or her, I'm not sure. Find their profile. So this is their profile. And whatever they post there, they look pretty nice. So I hoped to have that also in my game, but sadly, yeah, they seem to be rather slumped with real life. So I cannot have someone that has time for me, but this quality, even if the quality is so great, I cannot finish the game. I found another artist though. Gave them another shot because they charmed me with their art. I tried them too. They're also developing a game, I think, so I'm not sure. This one. So I also commissioned them for the main character, and we will see. I'm very opportunistic with my commissions. I always look at Twitter, and if I see an artist that has like the perfect style or perfect price, perfect timing, I just jump in and try to commission them. That's how I got this monkey avatar and the starting and ending animation and the little background music. So maybe I get lucky and find another artist that is in my price range and has the style. But yeah, but I have one concept artist which is very how to say, professional. They are on time, they do exactly what I say, They give their own opinion. They're so good. I'm so happy I found them. And they also have time. That's so good. Let me see if I can find the reference, the concept art they made. Need to find, where did I save that? Did I save it? Let me see, 2D character. That's not it. Everything Unreal related. Where else could I have it? Oh, I can also just look in the Discord, I guess. I will commission them soon for a side character. Or sidekick. They made my little profile picture too. Where is it? It's not on Discord, it must be in Twitter then. Here. Up. Here. Image. So this one. So looking at the 3D model and looking at the concept, it's pretty close. ArtStation, I'm not sure. I think I did not. Maybe I should go to some websites that are promoting artists instead of looking only on Twitter. But I just recently am going for commissions, so I didn't look at all my options. Yeah, very accurate, don't you think? So when they finish, I need to evaluate. And then maybe also talk with them as in, hey, will they have time for future things? Because the asset itself is great. But what should I do? They are like working on it like for 2 months now. And only gave me this thing when I asked them. So, well, we will see. Also, this thing is missing because I told them to, so they are really listening to what I say. I told them that this gem thing is like not defined, so please leave them. But yeah, communication rather sporadic, sadly. Anyway, this is now done. Now I want to tackle this, but this is really scaring me. I have no idea how to do this. I probably don't need the X-ray itself. I just need an overlay, or how to say, render on top of everything, my character, in a one color. Like white or gray or something, or yellow. So I guess we have to now find out how to do that. Let me see. Unreal. Render. burst or something. What would you call this? I really not sure. Render over. Render an object over others. Maybe I can find a keyword in here. How to create masks with the custom stencil buffer. I will not use a custom stencil buffer, because then we are stuck with transparency. What is an RT? Ray tracing? Ray tracings? That makes no sense. Instead of the custom depth method. Doesn't work for you. Rendering meshes over everything. Solved. I like when thing is solved. Okay, where are the answers? Is this the answer? Oh, this is the answer. Okay. I have found a solution. I want to take some time to comprehensive write-up. We're essentially going to use a render target to pick a render layer. Yes, silhouette would be the term for the shape, but I want the technique. Here's a couple caveats. The method will not work with any translucent material on your mesh that you want to render or everything. Translucent materials will simply be invisible. This is unfortunate. Yeah, this is very unfortunate. I avoid translucency, so this will probably never be an issue. But I don't know how my future looks like. So he's using a render target. It's probably capturing the character and then put it in a texture mask and then just render that on top, I would assume. Doing right like that, yes. Let's see if we can find something else. Unreal silhouette. Outline. They will just scale and whatever, but that might be what we need. I am also looking for so we are forced to use a translucent material, I guess, if we want custom depth. Or we render the character's mesh into Into a texture. Ah, that's correct. I guess probably, but I just want to make the player shine through other objects. I would need to capture the character's mesh anyway, so whatever I do, I would need to use a stencil mask, I believe, because I need to render through the other meshes. I don't need an outline, I need like a, you know, this is my use case. I have the character. Character walks around. And then at some point gets obstructed by some object. Oh wait, I need the library. Get obstructed by some object like this. Now you cannot see the player, but I want to see the player as an outline or like something. Could be just shaded one color and then you see it run behind the shelves here. That's what I want to do. So the scale is not the problem, I don't need the outline. On and off? The second character, you mean? I guess, yes. That's true, I would need to ray trace perfectly, raycast perfectly, and see if the character gets hit. Oh my god. My first thought was, okay, wait. So this one also doesn't help me a lot. Just tell me the same thing. I could, but then also you need to know what kind of object is in front of the camera. I mean, that's probably easier for me to do from head because I know how to do it, but I'm not sure if it looks good. Because then everything needs to fade out and fade in. I mean, many games do it, right? But how would I know that I need to fade out these? Like, would I fade out only one object? Would I fade out only a part of it? Then that's a shader thing again. And if I use that shader everywhere, it's like, I don't know. Seems like messy. But we could like mask out anything that's in the middle of the player, I guess, but it makes everything more complicated again. What do I do with my little cutout shader? What if the objects are in front of it? This. Do I need to look? I mean, it's not cutting, so if it's not visible, then it doesn't matter, I guess, but so many questions. I'm not sure. I should get rid of the colliders before I forget. Okay. Camera occlusion masking. Let's see. Occlusion culling? Is that the same thing? Waiting for the video. Ah, okay, there. How did they? Don't tell me he was working with collisions. Or does he use ray trace collisions? Raycasts? He's raycasting. Yeah, sphere trace. He's looking from the camera to the direction of the player, and if it hits that wall tag, it tells it to turn transparent. On tick, I don't like the on tick part, but we could slow it down by making our own timer. I'm more interested in what they do to the vanishing part. They could use like hide actor, but that looks very bad. Maybe we could further optimize by adding that into the movement too, yes. I mean, the tick itself will be very cheap anyway. We don't even need to consider that. Like if I make a tick that is 0.1 seconds, that's nothing. That's really nothing. So he is using visibility. That is not good. Here he uses mask. So maybe he's fading it out. Does it differently or something? And yeah, the logic I understand. does he do with the material though? I mean, we don't want to use transparency. Does he tell that object? Does he use the raycast and say, hey, if the raycast hits that, do that to that? And what happens if you leave it? Do it like timed? Also, does this raycast go through all objects? Or does it get swallowed? What if I have like 3 shelves between me and the camera? Would need to hit every single one in that direction. So in order to do this, I would need to have some kind of effect. But I have a bigger problem, Broly. I have a bigger problem. I cannot use this. Not in the state as my meshes are. Small objects, I understand. We can do that. But we cannot do it with this arena. If the player is here and the camera is here, we cannot hide the whole arena. Or if the player is here and looks upwards, we cannot delete the whole oh, that's not good. The whole shop. So we need some kind of other solution. Baldur. How was that? That was also with the overlay, no? Or did they cut off objects? I don't remember. It has been a while. Yeah. Which means I would need to add that shader to everything that has a wall. And even then, if I make a pinhole here, you would see through the mesh. I need to hide it. All these methods have like their big drawback. Like the idea is nice, but to make it happen, it is a lot of work. To make it work, I would need to cut off any wall, like this triangle part, and make that shader so anything else is still being visible. But again, I don't want a pinhole because then you would see through the mesh. And I'm not sure if I can hide that pretty well. Small objects, it could work. Ugh. And if I use custom stencil, I would need to make the character translucent, and we cannot do that. Unless we have another mesh on top that is invisible and only visible and when the mask is there, but how do we know that the mask is happening? The mask can only happen if something else is obstructing the view. Yes, that is how it should be, but now I'm thinking about how the stencil mask is being created. How does the stencil mask know that he needs to be white instead of black? Because right now in my head, if I do a stencil mask, the character silhouette will always be white. But it can only be white when it's behind some object. I would need to make some kind of check if the character is obstructed by some other pixel. Right? And how would I know that? How would I know that the pixel I'm looking at is not the one from the character? I'm not worrying about sea fighting now. I'm worrying about having a correct mask, so I don't have to think about logic. So that I can just tell the second character, the second representation of the player character to be only rendered if that mask is white. I am not sure how to make it perfectly at the correct positions white. Because if I just say stencil mask this object, then it will be the whole character. And if I say to the second object that has the material to be visible when it's white, then it will be always on top of the character, even if it's not obstructed. I need to make it so that the mask is white when the part of the character is not visible. Like, if I want to make the hand white if it's obstructed, but the body not white if it's visible. Like, cut the mask in the correct shape. I guess I would need another custom stencil for all the objects that are in front or behind the character, right? And then when an object is in front and the character is behind, I need to intersect these pixels, and then the result would be the perfect mask. Yes, what you would do is you compare the scene depth, so the world geometry, with the character, but that also means we would get the effect even if a character or whatever is blocking the view. So we cannot use the scene depth. We need a second custom depth that is only for specific objects. What else can we do? Ah, okay. So I can tell things to not write into the scene depth, but I'm not sure if that's the way to go here. No, I can tell specific meshes to render on a stencil. Like here, I can set that like globally here, and then it will write it there. It's in rendering. Where's rendering? Here, advanced. And here I can say render depth pass, and then there's a custom depth here, this one. And if you click that, then you can set the value it will write. But if it does the value, it also means I'm losing the depth information. So what oh my god, this is getting ridiculous. It's not per material. It is per mesh, the setting for the custom stencil. So I can just set up for every single mesh that it should write into the global stencil mask. And I can have different stencil channels, I think, if I'm not wrong. Maybe not. Maybe I can only have one. And I can give it different values in the thing. But I lose the information. I'm probably not thinking correctly. Man. My biggest issue right now is I can't say that a character is getting masked by the stencil, but then I also need another mask for the objects, and we have only one depth mask. And if I use a value for the character and another value for the object, they are actually overwriting each other. Whatever is in front overwrites the value, I would assume. So I cannot always know where the character is if I also have the information of the objects. And if I use the world depth, I don't know which objects are actually relevant. Unless... I cannot deactivate the death pass. Of course, makes sense. I can't tell my character to be rendered in the custom depth pass. Oh, hello, Scene! Hello, hello. Yes, new avatar. It's me. Look what I can do. How are you doing, man? I am right now breaking my head over this issue I have. Very hard. Maybe you could help me, I'm not sure. Let me pull out good old paint. So, we have the character. Yippee. We have object in front of character and camera. And we have another object behind it. And we have another object here, also maybe behind it. Or in front, doesn't matter. Let's say there's another object here. Now, objects in the category A are relevant and category B are not relevant. What I want to do is, if player or a part of the player is obstructed by A, then do a overlay shader, like render it in front of any object. And if they are in front of any object, then it doesn't matter, it just shades normally. If they are obstructed by category B, then the overlay does not happen. The the object is actually in front of the character. So what I want to do, or my thinking was, the character is in the custom depth stencil, so I know the pixels. And then I could, of course, look at the scene depth. But the problem is if I look at the scene depth, that's global. This thing will also trigger my overlay. How can I do it so that only some objects trigger it? Do you know? I was thinking maybe I can also put these into the custom stencil, but since we can only have one mask, it will overwrite the information of the character and I lose the position of the character. I think. Unless I can, like... It's a float value, right? Whatever I write into the custom depth stencil. Can I write different masks? Can I have like different channels for a custom stencil? That would solve my issue. Like having the character in one channel and then the objects in another channel, and then I can just compare those two and then use the scene depth. Yes. What I need is the intersection between the character and the object, and then find out if the pixel is on top of the character or closer to the camera. If closer to the camera, then make overlay, else just shade normally. And I think it's not so easily possible. At least I'm not sure. Translucent sort distance offset, sort priority, custom depth stencil, white mask. Wait. Maybe this is what I need. Because maybe this is the channel and there are different things. First bit, ignore depth. All bits. Default, what's default? How is your game going, Scene? All bits ignore depth. Why would I ever use this? First bit, maybe you can set this per blueprint. 6-bit ignore depth. Is this like, why would it, I want to ignore depth? I want to have it on that bit. Oh my god, this is so complicated. Oh god. I hope you find a way to optimize. That's a lot of Unreal specific things in there. Hmm. Okay, let's see. How can I do this? Let the player write into the custom stencil and then we can play around a bit. Or playing player avatar. I have a custom stencil thing here. Render physics flow thing. Render former. Oh, I'm losing it again. Am I stupid or is there no rendering? Here, rendering. Where is this part? Ah, there it was. Rendering here. So now the character has that. Then I could just use some kind of mesh here. Cube. And make it big. No, 1, 10, 3. And we could use that, and then I need a shader for it. Test. Stencil. Depth. Custom. Depth stencil. depth. In depth without water. Tensile mass component. Yes, I'm about to test that, Broly. But now I want the node to get the custom depth. What was that again? There. But how do I know which... How do I get the correct part then? If A is equal 1, then 1, else it's 0. And do this emissively. I don't care, safe. Okay, what did go wrong here? Doesn't work? Like this then? Can you show me the error? Scene capture expression cannot be used. Oh my god, okay. Translucent, here you go. Ugh. Now we have that issue again. I really need the character to have a translucent model on top of it. That's fine, I guess. So like this. Apply. Now it's on there. But if the character is now behind it, it should make that part visible. If the custom depth thing works right now, that is. Okay, great. I need to remove the collider. Where is... I'm not even looking at the position of the character, so this cannot work. What was it? World position. How do I do this? Oh god, I don't know how to compare. Yeah, but that uses blueprint logic. I want it to work regardless. I don't want to raycast all the time and then make loosely assumptions if my character is behind an object or not. If I understood it correctly, that is. Yes. Are you fucking kidding me? Why is this one? Excuse me, what? Why is this white? A is greater than 0? I'm using the custom depth. It should be 0, no? This, okay. It's the same thing. How does he use it? Team depth. Custom depth. Scene depth. This is not what we want. Will I add a minimap? Maybe. Depends on the map complexity. Shouldn't be too hard to make one. I need to enable it in project settings. I already have it. I did give this an ID, and this is... It doesn't matter. Why is it not black? I don't understand. Why is the color not everywhere black? This is giving me the mask, no? What am I doing wrong? This should not be custom stencil here. It's not. That's good. What am I doing wrong? Why is this white? Even here. Yes, but I want the effect to be there so you can see the character. I don't want the player to use the minimap to walk around. Or forced to be using it. I just need to know how to make custom depth right now work. Because this is giving me white everywhere. This is wrong. This should be black everywhere. Makes no sense. Like, why? Why white? Maybe I still have my test case. And the targets. And that was the test. So stupid, man. I just want this to work. I'm wasting so much time. I hate this. There. It is gray. Over there. So the custom stencil works, but my shader shows it wrong. Oh great. How do we use this now? What are you doing here? Have that. One correct. I also have that. Right, custom buffer one. Yes. Why is this yellow and one? Whatever. Yes, and then? Wait, why post process? Okay, that's something we could do. But it's still not... I mean, okay, let's make a post-process material instead. That's fine, I guess. Still white though. It shouldn't be white. Makes no sense. Why would I put this into alpha? Because it makes it 1 or 0. Fine, I don't care. Just need to see if it works or not right now. Anything else, I really don't care. Post, no. Can get the whatever from this. So it is this or the character's color. If I do this, emissive, that makes sense. What's going on here? Fine, we do this then. Apply. Still not good. Okay, so they are both. Are you fine now? My god. Wait, we are already here. Now I need a post-process here. Wait. Where's that cube? Okay. Later, whatever. Post-process? Where is post-process? Here. I don't know. Right here. If the camera is in here, whatever, but we should maybe say bounds. Infinite bounds for now. And material. But, where do I put the post-process material in? Okay, let's look in the video. Blah 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 blah. Come on now. That's post-process to effect wall scene. I already have. Oh, so I just put it into the array? Fine. Oh, good. Okay. Interestingly enough, we have some whites. But why? Why is that white? I mean, okay, we get the color of this and we lerp. Shouldn't everything be like not turquoise? Why is everything turquoise? Is it because of this? Or aqua, it's not turquoise. Desaturation I need. Please, desaturation. I don't know. What's the fraction? I need fraction. No. Okay, so this. What happens now? Apply. No change. Why is everything? Why is everything aqua? Why is my custom depth 1? Why is it not 1 with this guy? What do I do different? I mean, he's not even applying it so I could see what's going on. Why would I invert? It doesn't matter. The problem. If I invert this, then my mask itself gets -1. This makes no sense. Why would I invert this? Like, okay, I can invert. Great. And the character is now also red, which is not correct. This should be now the other color. It has like 0 information. Like, this thing is not working. This should be gray right now. If I go to my filter, where do I visualize again? Here, custom depth, it's black. Because this is without bounds right now. Bounds. Yeah, it was because of that. So it's here. Custom stencil. It's there! Yeah, that's the problem. I did that. Look, if I do that, let's go to lit again and then whatever. So right now my post process is on top. So I say this, everything is black. If I say, I don't know, green, then everything is green. And if I put the custom depth stencil in there, color, everything is white. And it shouldn't be. Everything should be black. This just makes no sense. I don't understand. Do a -1. You want a -1 on that. 1 minus, you mean, right? You want me to subtract this? One minus? No change. This thing should actually work already. I used this before. I know what this is. If I go to my vlogs and see for that... Actually, let's do that. Where was that again? Was when I did the interior for our shop here. Maybe. Okay, let's see. What did I do here? Only blueprints. What was I doing here? Huh? Oh, it was just that little bug. Okay, I don't care about that one. Let's look into this one. Oh, that's Blender still. Yeah. Oh, wait. I used that... I also used it here though. I started the stencil thing in here. Where's my video? Look into this one then. It still has that, but that's not Unreal. That's Unreal. Okay. Why is the quality of this video so low? Please load the video, what's going on? Why is this one... If this is exactly the one I need, I swear. So we are using the stencil thing here. Kinda. God, please give me the preview! I'm losing it. I'm actually losing it. Okay, that's it. I don't care anymore. What is the shader? So this is the custom depth one, I believe. Let's see what we are using in there. Also be this one. So, seeing custom stencil, breakout float R goes in here. Translucent, default lit. I'm not doing anything else. Excuse me? Where's the final? I'm actually losing it. This is not... It's a joke. It's a joke. If you're not using a post-process, this is just a material, it should still work. But I'm using it as an opacity mask. If it equals the stencil, then it's a 1, else it's a 0. So let's do that. I don't have any more ideas anymore. Surface, translucent, unlit. Say default lit. What else am I doing? So it is surface masked. Masked doesn't work. With custom depth gives an error. But I'm probably going to translucent here. There we go. And then I need to put it into opacity, and that's the shader. There's nothing else in there. So scene texture, custom depth, and then let's not use the R mask, let's do the break out floats. And then I need an if with the stencil value R here, 1 and 0. If it's equal, then it's 1, else it's 0. Then say opacity, and this thing is getting shaded red on everything. So now let's not do this infinitely, let's actually kill this. The character we don't need. We add a shape cube. Ten. 4. add that shader on there, apply it. So that's okay. And then main, save, play. Now if I'm behind that thing, it should render something, but it's not. Or in front even, it should render something, but it's not doing that. Why? What's different? What did I do different? It makes no sense. It's right here. It should be red. Why? What? One. And let's look at our little mesh. I'm using 1. It doesn't matter. It's writing into our little death mask here. You can see it here. Visible buffer. And then the stencil. Here, the character has the stencil. It's 1. It has it. It works. And this should do the trick. If makes no sense. Restart Unreal. Might be very smart actually. I'm losing it. These are like such simple things, and I'm always getting blocked by them. This shouldn't. Oh, I'm so sick of this. Wait a moment. It has collision, my camera doesn't go behind it. Why, Unreal? Please read my mind. If it works now, I'm going to cry. And if it doesn't work, I will also cry. Not fair. It's right there. It should do it. It doesn't do it. Broly, I think I know what my issue is. We are using the wrong channel. You're using the wrong channel. We need the stencil. Ah! I'm tired. I'm just tired. God. What now? Now I can continue testing things. I want to do. Oh God. I hate that they're not alphabetical. What does this do then? How can I get the bits of the ones I want? Can I even? How do I? How does this change anything here? And what is filtered? I probably get the depth here. Custom. Thanks, Unreal. I can't even search for it. Are you kidding? How much? Where's the custom depth then? Detail. Here. And then use that as a color. And it should be some kind of grayscale, right? Further away I go. No, the closer I get, it's white. It's just white, of course. Why do I divide? Which custom do you even mean? The depth? Ah, you wanted to make it a smaller value. No, no, it's fine. My problem is more like, how do I get different panels from this? Like, how does the bit thing help me? Or what does it do? What can I do with it? This thing. What can I do with this? Now I have to learn that. A lot of time has passed, the sun setting. Nope. Just making little steps towards the solution, but I still didn't figure everything out. This is not what I'm expecting. Not outlined by... yeah, kinda. But it should be only with certain objects. And the character is hidden by a shelf, then do the outline. If it's obstructed by another NPC, then it shouldn't. I cannot just use scene depth. I need to find out to mask certain things, not everything. Now I'm looking into what this custom depth stencil right mask is. But I'm not sure how I can filter out things, because this doesn't seem to be doing what I think it should do. Like right now, this shouldn't be red, in my opinion. It should be red if I'm here instead. Yeah, sadly. Like if I could say that the character is writing on everything, but is ignoring stencil 1. No. What am I doing? Character. I can't even do this. I forgot. It doesn't matter what I'm doing. With stencil mask, I will never get the information I want. Never. Right? I have a weird idea where you do it on the surface instead of post-process. Right now I'm doing it on the first surface. Surface material can access the stencil buffer. Maybe it can tell if That's the problem. I cannot do it on a surface because that would force me to make it a translucent material. You can only use stencil mask on a translucent material. I cannot do that. It needs to be on a post process, or the character itself has a second character that has a translucent material, and then I force it to render on top of everything. But then at that point, why not use a post process anyway? And then if you knew the distance of the character to camera, you could then infer if the object was in front of the character. Apply an effect of that way you can roll. I mean, I do that with my little custom thing with the holes and portals. I don't use even the custom depth, I use my own thing. There I use the depth actually. Works. Right now, what I need is this. We have the character. Let's draw it red. And we have an area in front of the character that is here, but the problem is I need the information of the wall and the character on the same pixel. So if I could write in one bit the character and in the second bit the wall, but even then, right now I have only the option to ignore a bit. What does that even mean? Why would I ignore one bit? So if it's in front of the character, I could say that the wall ignores bit 1, but the character writes on everything. Then I could look at the bit 1 to find out if the character is there. And everything else would be written by the wall. I can't split the information RGB because we have only one channel, which is a float stencil value of 1. But sadly, I'm not able to read a bit right now because I don't know how to do it. I have the stencil value and then I can read it, but maybe I'm just doing it wrong. Maybe I need to mask this into a component. Maybe that's the issue. Fmod that. Apply. First bit, and it's wrong again. Like, if I ignore first bit and I say first bit, problem is this is not a bit, is it? So stencil value is 2, it says. Makes no sense. I can, but then I'm forced to make it a translucent material. I don't want that. I want it to be a masked material. Or a normal material. But just not translucent. Translucent is a very bad idea. That limits so many things. Correct. As you can see, this is now the stencil buffer. If I change this to anything else, opaque, and then try to apply. Wait. Let's make it masked instead, so I can show you. Like here, and then it will say error. Expression cannot be used in opaque material except if used with the single layer water shading model. This thing can only be translucent. And that's because the way the rendering happens, the different steps of rendering, the passes, the depth pass is in front of everything, so it can only be used by the transparency. I know. That's why I tried to avoid that. Right now, the last puzzle piece I have is to be able to read the correct bit. If I can read the first bit and it says, hey, there is no wall, we win. Then we win. That's the only problem I have right now. So, what number do we have if we have a bit of 0, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1? What number was that? Would be. So we could try something. If 127. Or 255. Wait. 3. Fine. Do it like this. Apply. So it's not 255. 127. Also not that. We are ignoring it. Is this a 1 instead? This. Where do I get that bit value then? It's... Why can't I find anything online to get the bits? What else could it be? Viewport buffer visualization custom stencil. Yes, that's just showing me where it is. And that's whatever. Here. The custom depth. Here. And the stencil should be visible if I say all bits. I don't know what. So 2, 4, 8, 32. No idea. Default. Yes, but that's the value of this one. 2, 4, 255, 5, 6. Oh. Oh no. Now I understand. I need, of course, to set the whole bit range to 1, or else I cannot filter it. Thank you, Scene, for giving me the correct nudge. So if we ignore 1 now, Then deactivate this. Lit. So if it's 255, do the shader. Default. Apply. 255. Okay. So 255. I'm losing it. 1. Apply. Be red right now. Okay. Shouldn't be red if I'm at 1. 255. Apply. Now I filter out the bit. The first bit. If I filter out the first bit, we are at 127, I think. No. Let's make it power. Need 8 for this, and then base is 2. And then exponent 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Maybe. Plus. Now we have to add them all. And this one. Am I doing this right? I'm doing it wrong. Should be 0. And then I also need to multiply these with the correct thing. Ah, I did it wrong again. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Yeah. Here's the actual bit part. Where we set it. So if we multiply everything, we get the value 255. No? So if 255, make it red, please. Okay. So if I now ignore the first bit and say the first bit here is 0, apply. And it's the other way around and I'm just stupid. What am I doing wrong? Oh my god. Makes no sense now. Is there a debug to get to be able to read whatever value comes out of something? This is getting ridiculous. So if I say the 8th one is getting ignored, then we get a value of 128, which is very strange because I would expect 127. Wait. Is this 1? Oh, what? Is this 2? Guys! Guys, I got it! Guys, I got it! I got the filter! Okay, what do I do with this now? Okay, so I can filter out specific points. So is this actually the inverse of what it tells? Like, it's not ignoring the depth of bit 4, it's actually writing at bit 4. Can that be? So if I do first ignore, I get a 1, which would be 1 0 0 0 0 0 0 0. No. First one is on the right side, of course. So I get a 1, yes. So if I say second bit 1 0, I get a 2. Okay, yes. They are writing it a very confusing way. That's why. You are not writing, you are not actually doing this. You're not doing this when you're saying second bit ignore, you're not doing this. You're actually doing this. This is what's happening. This is the value you get. Okay. So now this also means I can add different different filters. I can have 2 different objects. I can have like the first one being the character and the second one being being the object. So that would mean I can get 3 values. I can get 1. I can get 2, or I can get 3. So now I could use a post-process material that has a filter and looks if the stencil bit value is 3. And if it's 3, look at the depth, scene depth. No, we can't use scene depth because it would then use anything that is even in front of the character. Can I use the depth of the stencil? No, I can't. Ah. don't have the information. I don't have the depth information of both of them. That is very tragic. But I don't need it. If I... Yes, yes. I can use the second character as a translucent material, and then with Absolute World, I have the position. How can I use the position to compare to the scene depth? Is camera distance the same as scene depth? All right, we have all the tools we need. Let's see. I need the pixel and the in depth. We have this. We don't need that. We don't need all this. We need this. Okay, so if mask is 3, we say 1. then if pixel depth is greater, no, if scene depth is greater than pixel depth, then we want to render something. And we don't want to do anything. Wait, this will be a 0. If this is further away than the player, no, this doesn't work. Doesn't work. What if we use this? Custom depth is greater than the pixel. Don't do anything. If it's equal, then do something. Now we only want the things that are in this area. This is now giving a 1 if it's correct. So if we multiply this by this. So only when both of them are 1, we get a 1 here. Which I put into opacity. And then say it's a red color. So if I give my character this shader now, it won't work. Can only work on a specific thing. Library maybe. Go to the library. Yes, save. Then say these things to the custom stencil thingy on bit 2. Where's render? Why don't I see render? Are you kidding me? Okay, fine. Go manually on every single object. I moved it. I moved it again. Oh, I can't. This is a nightmare. I will only do it for one thing. It's first bit. now our mirror should be invisible. Of course it does. Oh, maybe it does work, but I'm not drawing it in front of everything. Oh, can I draw it in front of everything? Hey, Scene, are you still there? Maybe I need also a post process. So close, but so far away. Oh, hello. Hello, hello. Thanks for joining. But isn't he also streaming right now? Oh, he just ended. Oh, I see. He was here at the beginning of my stream. I guess I a little long. I'm right now losing my mind over this material. Maybe I shouldn't my mind over this. But I feel like this thing will destroy everything doing sense. I do this, what happens? What is this input anyway? Well, I guess I have to find out. So, interior library. Save, yes, and then add what do I... Where's the post-process volumes here? Visual effects here, this guy. Bounce. This makes no sense. This will make everything black. This is so... This is not what I want. This is not working out. If I add this here, everything will turn black. Cannot mix them. This is so bad. So bad. Can also not use a post-process filter out. I want the character to render in front, but I can't. I can only do it via post-process. Unless I make a shader for every single object here that renders the character. Also cannot work because we don't have the depth information. thing. Unless I make it masked, then I can just... I cannot go masked because we have deaths and... Oh my god! Rendering again. Ah. The last component I needed. Good. Not good. Heart is getting right now 0. This one. This one is working. That's good. Means I just need to fix this part. Or do I? This already works, no? Why would I even... because I do that. No, we don't need anything else. Why? Some depth to the thing. Why does it only get... What did I... Huh? I don't understand. This one is 0 always. But this one works now? But why? Why would this work? Because this one and this one, and we have only the rendering part on the character. Okay, then I really don't need the mask anymore. Yes, of course. We have like the custom stencil. I don't even need to set the flags anymore. I can say that the character model is always getting rendered in front of everything, and if it's then intersecting with a custom stencil, so the character itself doesn't even need the custom stencil, only the objects. Okay. Let's do that. So we don't need this lower part. The character itself can now get the stencil thingy away. What a happy accident. We don't need this. Default 1 and do not render this. And then if I go to the library, I just need to set the stencil everywhere. Map, background, world, dummy, interior library. Here. Now this thing, render, does need this, doesn't need this. Oh, I even did this wrong. That's why it didn't do the mask, because I didn't say 200. So let's just say 1 anyway, whatever. So just to have some different value there. Now I would need to set this on everything. So since the my idea would work, but we have a easier solution now. So we will just do this everywhere. I knew I did something wrong. Huh? All right. So let's go to main. So all we have to do now would be to make a second visual actor with the same animations that uses a different set of material. This is of course not that good. How would I avoid this? Can I avoid this? Do I say the character's depth is also important? How would I get rid of this issue? To what would I compare that? I can get the object pivot point. Would I need to... There no clear solution to this? I really know easier is this. I don't have information about this. It's not good. Maybe this is fine. Alright, I guess that's it for today. I'm not sure how I could get rid of this problem more. Like if I'm inside the object. There is no way to get rid of this. I think this value here is good enough to remove that thing. The only problem is if it's like this. Can do maybe 50. And it's very minimal. And I don't have that bad effect of cutting in edges too much. I guess. So maybe even 60. Now the effect will be very great though. Yeah, I almost don't have that thing anymore. Only if we do this, which is fine. Now the problem is this, I guess. But is this really a big problem? I feel like we see the character again, so it's fine. It just looks a little odd with this line. We can play around with it to get the best outcome, but I think we are pretty close to the best. So next time I will probably just add another visual actor that moves around with the character. Put this shader on top and then call it a day. So how do I get back to my shader though? Where's the back button here? Ah, damn it. Is it in dummy? Where are the materials of our character? Mira here. So let's put the materials back to Mira. Actually, I just need to revert them. This. And we should be able to see what happened. Did something break? Okay. Alright, let's remove the cube from the start area and then maybe let's keep the test thing in here. I need to make a thumbnail anyway. But I need to make a new material. So that's in. Let's write down what we have to do. Remove cube from start area. Make proper outline shader. Add character. Second character on top of mirror and apply new shader. Make sure no stencil is on the objects. All right. That's that. I'll just go to library to make a screenshot and then we're done. Man, this took a while. 5 hours? Ooh. But I found a way. Took a lot of time, sadly. Alright. That's our screenshot today. Hey everyone. Thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. And I will see you guys next time. Bye bye, monkey.